That would have been my guess. Anyway, a really sharp person and very much, very practical, and just how to get things done in the world, That's what I experienced, and that was corroborated by what everyone else has said, and also Abai's tribute, on the Dandavats. I was really impressed by that, but it was a well done tribute and very accurate, I would say, of his glories. So he's, like always, he's preceded me. He's probably, when I get there, where he's gone, he'll probably be there to give me some good advice, I would imagine. That's the nature of our relationship. We were probably together in our last life, too. Okay, that's all I got to say. Jada Bharata Prabhu Ki Jai.
Hare Priya is next. And then Rai Krishna Prabhu.
Vanchakalpataruvesha kripa sindhuve cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. I met Judd later, I think 1986. I came from Guyana and to New York and actually Lake Huntington, and then I would come, at that time my husband, we would go in Sankirtan. And I think the first place we went was to the New York Mets. That's where I started doing Sankirtan. And Judd was there, and Roy was there, Ram Roy, Nam Sankirtan, Vidura, Partha Danadar. It was a whole bunch. I was like the only lady there. And I just remember that when he came out of the van, he had his pants was falling down and with copins tie on it. His wig was, turning a different way, Sika sticking out this way, and 2 different socks. But he was fired up. I was Judd. Over the years, we become good friends. We even took him to Guyana once to try to find him a wife. But Judd went for the prettiest girl in the whole of Guyana. He did not want anybody else but this one girl, but she was already engaged to somebody else. So it didn't happen. And then we moved here, I think actually India, we met up again in India through Dhritarashtra and Tulsi, we would have a long conversation with Drits, and then Indranidam, I don't know if you remember that time, we all had prasadam together at his apartment. Anyway, we kind of crossed paths different times. I remember when I went through my divorce, he would give me advice, he'd say, "You're strong, Harpreet, you could do it, you could take care of those boys, don't worry about anything, you could do it." And it's very, very friendly, very nice guy, give good advice. And then last year I saw him in New York and I was shocked because Judd was like a 90-year-old man, hardly able to walk, he couldn't walk. He was hunched over, his hands was in the back, he was barely crawling, and I talked to him, I said, "You need to go see a doctor, I even tried through this one guy in the Brooklyn Temple, a friend who works for the health department, we all try to get him Medicaid and try to get him to a doctor, but somehow it didn't happen because he wasn't a resident of New York, so we couldn't get him, he was still a resident of Florida, I think. And we tried, and that was the last I saw him. Didn't see him this year. Heard that he was sick, and really sick, and I called Nam and asked Nam Sankirtan, and he goes, "Oh, he's the same as he was, And I'm really sorry that I didn't go see him this time, and I was there. But Judd will always live within all of our hearts, in his books, really nice books, like Shesha Prabhu says. Anytime I go to India, Vrindavan, I use that Braj guide, because it takes you everywhere, places you don't know about, and he'll take you there. Thank you, Jed. Thank you for everything. Thank you for being a wonderful friend, wonderful devotee, good example. Everybody.
Now Hare Krishna Prabhu. And then Madananda.
I get a little nervous speaking in front of a crowd. I know that sounds funny, but it's not really funny. Crowded devotees, I should say, But I'm going to read what I wrote, but I also like to say some things that I didn't write down. I probably knew Judd longer than anybody. I was there already in the New York Temple when he joined. But even though I knew him longer than anybody else, I didn't know him as well as other devotees like Jada Bharata, for instance, or say Abai, who's living now in Denver, Colorado. Jada Bharata traveled with Judd for several years, and Abai, 7 to be exact. And Abai lived with him for quite a while. And, when you travel with somebody in a van for 7 years, I guess you get to know them pretty well, right, Dhritarashtra? Or if you live with them for a while, like Abai did. It's funny. Jada Bharata told me, he said, if you want to remain my friend, I can't let you travel with me. Because he was a very heavy-duty type person, I think Dhritarashtra can confirm that. He had a very a certain way about acting as a van leader when he took these men out, Nam Sankirtan and Dhritarashtra. And he knew that I wouldn't last very long with him, so he wouldn't let me travel with him. So I never got to travel with him. And also, even though I was living in New York and there was so many devotees on that BTG party like Nam Sankirtan and Mahaprabhu, Ram Roy, who else was there? Vidura was there. Partha Danadana. Jai Shri Radha Sham Sundar Ki Jai. I wasn't on the BTG party either. I think I was too senior to be on it. I'm not sure why I wasn't on it, but I think it was just the Satsarup Maharaj disciples that were on it. I was a Prabhupada disciple, and they never asked me to be on it. So even though we lived in the same temple, but we did spend a lot of time together. He was with me in Washington, D.C. when Mahamuni was running the preaching center downtown. We served together in the Potomac Temple. We spent some time together. He even stayed with me for a little bit in Alachua when I had my house downtown. It's funny, my next door neighbor, Amarada, she didn't even know Judd was living with me. He was a man of contradictions, He was a very talkative person, but he also liked his privacy very much, so he was a little bit of a hermit too. He was in the house most of the time. He hardly went out. His skin was like the color of, white paper, He never got any sun. So Amarada was shocked. She said, he's living with you next door? She said, I've never seen him. So he very much liked his privacy. And one thing I'd like to point out, I'm sure that, devotees have noticed this about him, but it didn't come up so far. He was a very protective person. He was a very fair and just person. And, if he saw any injustice being done anywhere, he would, defend that person, and he would, help that person out. So I guess he felt that way towards me a little bit because he wouldn't let me answer the phone in my house. He said, people just want things from you. He said, don't worry, I'll screen the calls. And he would answer the phone. He said, "No, he's not here." So that's one example of how he was protective, and there are many other examples. If he saw somebody being mistreated or being unfairly treated, he would come and support them and defend them. Even getting physical if required. So having said that, unless I come up with something else, I think I'll just read what I wrote here. If I can. We are all gathered here today to honor a great devotee, Jada Bharata.
I read it for him, except I don't have my glasses and I can't see it. Can you read?
Tribute to Jada Bharata. We are all gathered here today to honor a great devotee, Jada Bharata, who died prematurely at the young age of 59. Unfortunately, he suffered much before he died, but I know that Krishna has taken him to a better place. Krishna will not forget all the service that Jada Bharata did. I think that I might have known him longer than other devotees. He joined the New York Temple shortly after I did. He was a passionate book distributor, distributing many books in the BTG party in New York in the late 70s. He wrote several spiritual books, including a spiritual guide to India, which helped many devotees immeasurably in their travels. A great organizer who organized Padayatra in India and America with His Holiness Lokanath Swami. Many others participated in the Padayatra, including Dhritarashtra Prabhu. I was fortunate enough to have participated in the Padayatra America. As you can see, he was a devotee of many talents, an extraordinary devotee. He was also a smart businessman who had an online store and sold many devotional items to devotees at exceptional savings. One quality that stood out about him was his keen sense of honesty and truthfulness. He was always ready to defend anyone who was being treated unfairly and come to their rescue. He was always fair-minded and enjoyed helping others. But he always spoke his mind and told you exactly what he thought, whether you liked it or not. You either liked him or you didn't. I think, however, that most devotees appreciated that quality of being forthright. He was bold and did not care what others thought or said. He had many friends, but I think he had only a few close friends, and I feel fortunate that he counted me as one of them.
This way? Can you guys hear me? There's not a lot I can add to what I've already heard. I went to one in New York, and it was similar, like what everyone was saying. I felt really saddened because I just spent 4 months in New York and did not know he was sick. And I liked him so much, I would have gone, and it's funny, Pasha, to know that. In the same, like Pasha was saying, in the beginning, we didn't see him much because he was always out on 55th Street when we were all there. There's a few things that I will add, is that he helped us a lot when we started this project called Care. He was very helpful and business-minded, like other people were saying. But one thing that I really remember whenever he would see me, he would always ask me, "How are your girls?" And at the end, he would, when he was still living here, we went a few times to look through his stuff, his online store. And again, he would ask me, bring your girls, and my girls, like, they were younger, they didn't want to go, but I took them. But he was always very kind. He was very real, and he was, again, this is a repeating, but he was a Prabhupada man. He stood up, if anything that he saw, and he did it in such a kind way. It wasn't like he was critical, it wasn't like, at least that's my experience of him. So he saw some injustice, he saw something, and he would fight for it. And I just appreciated, for me, like I said, I just been in New York and I didn't even get to see him once. I didn't know he was even there. And he was in Queens. So I just was very sad, and Bindu and his wife also called me the night it happened, and I was like, really? He's in New York and he's sick? I didn't even know. So that's a sadness that I feel. But I just think he was an incredible devotee and very simple. Like some people said, eccentric. I remember the one time I did see him in 55th Street with his wig crooked, and I was like, really, Judd, where are you going? And that was like, we don't even hard talk to Sankirtan devotees of that, men at that time. And he's like, I'm going out to preach, So, anyway, that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
There's one thing, you cannot talk to Jada Bharata without him saying, whatchamacallit, right? That's his one thing. It's always about whatchamacallit.
Now Krishna Bhakta Prabhu.
Okay. I first met Jada Bharata at the Brooklyn Temple in 1982. I'd moved there from Ireland, and it didn't take too long before we befriended each other, especially more so because we were both book distributors. Srila Prabhupada said that books were the basis and preaching the essence, and so Judd was always at the forefront of this service. I traveled with Judd off and on for a couple of years, met him at Hare Krishna festivals, took prasadam with him, and laughed about our many Sankirtan stories. It was never a dull moment when you were with Judd. Every time I would see him, he had a smile on his face. He was always a lively and dear friend. In more recent months, Judd's health began to decline, and yet he would take no help or charity from anyone and endured the inconvenience that his body was going through. Judd always depended on Srila Prabhupada and Krishna, and for his ultimate health and sustenance. He never cared much for himself, but for others. I wanted to read this story about Judd from Abhay Prabhu. The conversation turned to Sankirtan, and Judd suddenly was in a reflective mood, which he often did. He said once, while he was distributing books, at the end of a very blissful day, he had finally completed his quota. He jumped in the van and was preparing to leave. At that moment, he saw across the parking lot a man who was severely disabled, slowly moving towards his car, struggling with clutches that extended from each arm. Judd said that he decided that this guy needed the mercy, and although exhausted, he reloaded his bag and jumped out to catch him. At this very point in the story, Judd paused and his eyes became misty, something I had never seen. He then explained that when he finally crossed the lot and approached the man with the book in hand, this man reacted as if he had been waiting for Judd his entire life. The man's face beamed with joy and gratitude, and while expressing thanks, he struggled to reach into his pockets to pull out some money. As Judd was describing this scene, he choked up and turned from me, and I could see that there was a rush of tears in his eyes streaming down his face. Excuse me. This is how I remember Jada Bharata, a beautiful Sankirtan hero whose greatness was to relieve the suffering of those less fortunate than himself. It is because of this and all the sincere service he rendered to this great movement during some of its most challenging times that surely Lord Chaitanya will grant him a place at Prabhupada's lotus feet where he will be permitted to reside eternally. And Krishna says, he quickly becomes righteous and attains lasting peace. O son of Kunti, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes. And I thought I'd like to read 2 quotes from Prabhupada. Devotees are very fortunate to be delivered very soon from material existence by the Lord. This the Lord guarantees. At death, the Lord himself takes the devotee. He does not have to wait to become very experienced in order to transfer himself to the spiritual sky. Jada Bharata ki jai.
Ajit Rashtra Prabhu.
Jai Hare Bol. First, because I was on the West Coast in Vancouver, I never knew Judd on the New York scene, but I remember his name from the Sankirtan newsletter. Everybody used to read that every day. And at first, I saw him a little bit in L.A. during the Padayatra, but I really met him in Vrindavan because I was living there, and I remember he was in the lobby writing and all this stuff, and then we started talking, we became really good friends. And at the time, I'd been there a long time, I had no money, my ticket had expired, and I was talking to him, and he pulled $1,000 out of his pocket, said, oh, you can get a ticket, and I was kind of like a little bit shocked, and he said, well, you're a Sankirtan man, I know you'll pay me back, I'm not worried, like that. And then I didn't leave right away, and then we started talking, and he needed someone to come with him to drive, because non-Sankirtan couldn't drive, so I went back to collect with him because we both for 7 years we were going back and forth. In the summer we'd collect and then trying to spend as much time in Vrindavan. But Judd was a very honest person, and he introduced me to a part of honesty I'd never experienced as a devotee or a karmi, because he was like a Sankirtan general. Many people years later were always asking him information to work here, what's this place, and he would always generally answer. But occasionally there was a place he didn't want people to know about. Some big festival or something. And so the first time it kind of really shocked me. Some devotee who he knew said, oh, Judd, what are you going on this weekend? He said, I can't answer that question. And the devotee kind of looked at him like, wow, and then he started, well, but, trying to go around it, and he just said 3 times, he just said, I can't answer that question. And he would just ignore the person, like that. So then he would tell me, you should never lie to devotees. Generally, though, people would kind of like say, well, I don't know what I'm doing, just kind of weave around it, but not Judd. He was like, I can't tell you. Don't ask me, like that. And I know that he was really, when he was writing his books, he had to go to Delhi a lot because, in India, if you try to write a book, to print something, they tell 20 people it's going to be ready yesterday, so as soon as you walk out, they take your stuff off the press, and you come back 10 minutes later, and they're printing somebody else's stuff. So he had to spend a lot of time there. And he used to go in Parha-Ganj and edit his books, and there was it's by the train station, a lot of hotels and Israeli kids, and he used to talk with them, get advice. They would tell him stuff about traveling, and he would tell them. And then he started getting Israeli Gitas and distributing to the kids there, and eventually he started going to all those hotels and putting Israeli Gitas in the hotels where the kids would just take them, and then he would keep restocking them like that. So somehow he was really into that. And as far as Judd had one thing in his books, he was really into maps, because he always would get maps from these other books and you could never find a place. You're trying to find the map, still you have to ask 5 people where it is, to try to find it. So he became very diligent, and me and Tulsa used his Vrindavan book, and we went to every place checking out his book. And also whenever we traveled in India, a couple of years, we went for 3 months, for 3 years in a row to South India, and we always used his book. And I had been to Sri Rangam like 3 times, but in his book he had in there that Sri Rangam, what's his name? Ramanuja was still sitting in Samadhi in this one room. 850 years ago, he went in this room to Samadhi, and he's still there. And I'd been there 3 times. I never heard this. Gorkeshwar never told me nothing. So I saw in this book, I said, Judd, where'd you get this? And he said he got it from somebody. And so then I said, okay, I'm going to go there, you know. So then the next time me and Tulsi, we went there and we checked. We were asking everybody. Nobody knew nothing. Finally, one old man opened it, said, come, and he took us in. He's sitting there in Samadhi. 850 years ago, he went in there. It's quite a mind blower. That was one thing that he knew that I hadn't talked to anybody who knew that. And another thing, Judd, you know, he was very generous. He helped so many devotees. One devotee, Krishna Chandra, he was like dying. They had to cut out half of his intestines. He, you know, got gangrene. His heart collapsed, his lungs. And I was in the hospital. The doctor said he's not going to live the night. But I was flying out that night back to America. And then Judd, you know, in India, if you don't have the money, they just kick you out of the hospital, right? You know, they don't care if you're dying, you know. So Judd arranged with Hare and different devotees, and they raised a bunch of money. I think they had to get like maybe $5,000, and basically, you know, really helped and saved his life like that. And I know for the Padayatra, Judd went up and down the coast in India in his van, checking on every spot and trying to figure out where to stay, you know, because it's a big expense. They had a big bus. He had all these people moving. There was no, where are you going to get the money? And all the temples were kind of anxiety about the money, that no one really wants to give their Best Life members to another program, you know, to collect money, right? So, but they were supposed to do it, so Judd finally, at the last minute, he suggested, well, we'll have Lokanath Swami come, and he'll just preach at all the Sunday programs, and, you know, money will come. So that was one way that he did the money. And I traveled 7 years in that van with Judd, just in the summer. And Nam Sankirtan used to tell me, because he used to, we always had a minivan. Nam would get in the very back as far as he could, because Judd was always kind of on his case, you know. So Nam would tell me, Drit, you're the only person I know who can sit in that seat next to Judd. But if you went with Judd, you knew you'd make a lot of money, and you go back to Vrindavan. But he was the Sankirtan general, and when he got in that van, he like took command, and there was no like other opinions accepted, really. You know, either you went along with the program, or you get out and go do your own program. But I first heard of him on the Sankirtan newsletter, you know, from distributing books, because I was in Vancouver. And, you know, you read, everybody in those days, the Sankirtan newsletter would come in that. But not only did Judd distribute books, but he told me that he read the Bhagavatam 13 times from start to finish. So he actually, he loved Prabhupada's books, and he was a real Prabhupada man. You know, he came later, he got initiated by Sasrit Maharaj, but he was always, everybody considered him a Prabhupada man, which is a wonderful thing to be considered. And we were in Vraj, he would go out in India on a bus. He'd go to like 35 places in one day, rickshaws, buses, jumping off, going all these places, taking notes, making maps, like, you know, like really intense. And also he was known for staying up all night and writing his books and stuff like that. But he would always show up. We would have pancake parties and pasta parties in Vrindavan, especially during Kartik. He would always come out at that time, you know. When he was here, he was living next to me, and for like sometimes 3 or 4 days I wouldn't see or hear from him, and Tulsi would say, maybe we should go check on him, see if he's still alive, you know, just kind of jokingly, you know. And then after 3 or 4 days, he'd show up, just completely been sick, and we'd give him some prasad, because he would never eat, you know. He'd go 3 or 4 days, hardly, I don't know if he ate anything, or he'd have some old prasad from the Sunday feast he'd eat on Thursday, you know. And, but he was always fired up. He called me about 3 days before he died, left his body. He, every now and then he would call out of the blue. He had a phone. When he would get new minutes, he would call. And I talked to him for about an hour and a half. This was a few days before. He called. He was just fired up. He was talking, you know. He'd answer the phone, say hello, and then he would just start talking. You know, he didn't wait a second. He didn't say, this is Judd, what's happening? He was just like, you know. So you go, you know, in an hour and a half, I'd probably get about, 10 minutes out of that hour and a half, you know. And he sounded so energetic and stuff. I never realized. A couple of days later he left. I was a little bit surprised. I wasn't surprised because I knew how sick he was. One time in India, he went to Triguna in Delhi, and Triguna, who, you know, he would do like 200 or 300 patients a day for free. Just do your pulse. He wouldn't talk to you. And then his sons would write out the medicine. And he told Judd, 30 days complete bed rest, only khichdi with no spices. So he came back and he did that. He went back to Triguna. Triguna said, another 30 days. That's how sick, he's sick he was. That was 15, 20 years ago. Somehow in the West, his health did get better, even though it wasn't great. I remember one time driving with him from Seattle to Denver, and we were going to some event, like all night driving, no sleeping. Got there, he was so sick, he opened the door, fell out onto the grass, laid there all day. This is 20 years ago, But then, after some time, you get up, go, he never stopped. And he always, he wanted to stay, he loved to stay in Vrindavan. That was like his home. He never had a house or anything in America for all those years. And then he eventually went to MBT apartment. And many devotees, Pundarik, all of Indrani, all of us, we were living there, Panchagoda, so many, Achyuta and Jamuni. And we would stay there as much as possible. And when we didn't have any money, we'd come back and try to get some more and go back. So Judd, I think he was known for book distribution, honesty, padayatra. He wrote a bunch of books. I got a picture of him there, like 5 books he wrote. And he was a one-of-a-kind, unique individual. Judd, there's no one like him. There's just, if you knew him at all, he was like nobody else. He was definitely somehow very, very unique. I met his mother. Me and Tulsi and Judd went to the Grand Canyon. We were one time, and we went and visited his mother. Another time, a couple years ago, his sister came to Alachua, and she came over for prasad. And one time later, I met his brother in New Jersey. So I kind of met some of the family, which gives you another perspective of the whole thing. But, okay, anyway, anybody else like to talk? I can go on for days. Okay, Hare Bol, all glory to Judd.
I guess we have time for one more, maybe 1 or 2 more. Stutri Muni. Anyone else would like to speak? Madananda. Stutri.
Yeah, I didn't know Judd's anywhere near as well as the Prabhu's, but I went down to Philly in the early '80s. I was a refugee too. It sounds like I was a little bit more proactive about it than maybe Jamasthami was, but it was interesting times, and it was a great opportunity. I got to meet all the New York devotees who were there from New York and Philly, and there was the devotees from Baltimore and Dallas were there. So it was really nice, and of course there was the New York devotees who were still in New York. And, so I had to meet them too, because I came from Boston. I was a little cloistered up there. So, and this is the thing that Gargamuni got me on. But, the devotees are coming down for some big event, and I always heard about Jada Bharata. He was the Maharata, Avaduta guy who was just #1 in North America and the universe, collecting, so I had to, who was this guy? And so I guess I was going to Ryan down, would bring prasad to the devotees, and I had to see the guy, and someone pointed him out, and boy, I saw him across the lot, and he was just in the zone. That was my first vision of Judd. He was just doing it, like I said, and he was just in the zone. And all the guys were, that whole crew was into it, but Judd just always, I always heard Judd's name all the time. And then, of course, later in L.A. a little bit, and then here got to know him a lot better. And he was just I'm like an outsider, but he was just a real guy, just a real down-to-earth. He was a devotee because he wanted to be a devotee. What else can you say about him? He was doing what he wanted to do. And he was a real, unique, but he was a genuine person. So, yeah, he was a dedicated Prabhupada.
About his getting his ashes and things?
talk about his family quite a bit, and his own qualification. He was the best accountant and everything, and his sister was the best FBI, and it was very. I had some couple opportunities to associate. I mean, we were like with Jada Bharata, like we said, we were take prashad together a lot, and we'd hang out in Vrindavan. Mostly we'd just kind of what do you say, shoot the breeze, talk to Prajalpa or something. Not exactly Prajalpa because it was Vrindavan, because everything was related with Krishna all around we were talking about. We just hang out like that anyway. But I did have an opportunity to work on one of his books with him, the first guidebook, The Sacred Places of India, and I was talking with him about when he started up that Natural Nirvana, this website, a business like that, to partner with him. That didn't work out. Anyway, Jada Bharata ki jai.
Jada Bharata Prabhu ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Namah Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Ashtacharishutarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta-vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta-vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi
Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Anita Goranga, Anita Goranga, Anita Goranga, Anita Goranga, Anita Goranga, Gora Hare, Anita Goranga, Gora Hare, Jai Satchinandana, Jai Satchinandana. Jai Satchinandana, Jai Satchinandana. Jai Satchinandana, Jai Satchinandana. Jai Satchinandana, Jai Satchinandana. Oh, Jai Satchinandana, Gaura Hare. Jai Satchinandana, Gaura Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Sham Sundar Radha Sham Sundar Hare. Jaya Radha Sham Sundar Radha Sham Sundar Hare. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita. Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Anita Gaur Hare Bhar, Hare Bhar, Hare Bhar, Gaur Hare Bhar. Anita Gaur Hare Bhar, Hare Bhar, Hare Bhar, Gaur Hare Bhar. Jai Gaur Bhimanande, Hare Hare Bhar. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajakacharya Vishtotarstu Shri Shimaresi Bhakti Vedanta Swami Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajakacharya Vishtotarstu Shri Shrimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananda Gaudiya Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गिलाधर शिवासदि गौर भक्त वृंद की जय। श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंद राधा कुंद गिरि गोवर्धन की जय। श्री वृंदावन धाम की जय, मायापुर धाम की जय, जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की जय, नूरमनेति धाम की जय, तुलसी महारानी की जय, भक्ति देवी की जय, यमुना माई की जय, गंगा माई की जय, श्री हरिनाम संकीर्तन की जय, श्रीमद् जड़ भरत प्रभु की जय। गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि। All glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to Sri Sri Guru Gauranga. Namaste Narasimhaya. Praladadadayine. Hiranyakashipurvaksha. Nrsimha Parato Nrsimho. Yata yata yami tata Nrsimha. Nrsimho Hridaye Nrsimho. Nrsimha Madin Sharanam Prapade. Vakara Kamala Vare Naka Advuta Tringa Solita Hiranyakashipu Vanabringa Kesavadita Adadidita Jagudita Hare Jagudita Hare Jagudita Hare. Hare Nrsimhadev Jai Nrsimhadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jai Nrsimha Bhagavan ki Jai.
Shri Shri Radhe Shyam ki Jai. Jad Bharat Prabhu ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. I'd like to welcome all of you to our regular Sunday feast program. Is there anybody coming for the first time? Please tell us your first name and where you're from. Mike from Gainesville. Thank you, Mike. Thanks for coming. Back there. Hannah from Gainesville. Thank you very much for coming. Anyone else? So all those who come for the first time, they get a free book. If you go to the lobby, just tell them you're a first timer and they'll give you a book right behind that wall. So today's feast was sponsored by many friends and well-wishers of Jada Bharata Prabhu. You see his picture up here and some of the pictures of his book, of the books that he wrote. He passed away about a few weeks ago, and we had a little memorial ceremony for him today. You can also see there's an article on dandavats.com, and also if you go to tribute page on Facebook, you can also see something there. Here is a little bit of what he was like. Jada Bharata Dasa was born John Howley of Irish descent in Atlantic City, New Jersey in 1955. Jad's first service was to work under the great soul Jayananda Prabhu, going on errands and helping him with different tasks. Jada always attributed whatever he understood about Krishna consciousness to those times with Jayananda Prabhu. Jada Bharata quickly became part of the dynamic book distribution teams based out of the 55th Street Temple, empowered souls going to busy spots all over Manhattan, selling huge numbers of books. Jada Bharata would go out every day on Fifth Avenue distributing books to the tourists. Later in the early 80s, Jada Bharata became a legendary book distributor. Often on the top of the Sankirtan newsletter, Jada Bharata was always thinking about how to increase book distribution. At the music festival in the early 80s, he once distributed a record setting 900 copies of a small book, Search for Liberation, a discussion between Srila Prabhupada and John Lennon. I'll stop there. You can go online and you can read more about him. Very, very wonderful devotee. And we want to thank especially Dhritarashtra Prabhu and all the other devotees, his godbrothers and so forth, who gave a big donation for the feast today. Saturday coming up will be Ekadashi Day. Please check your calendars. On Sunday we will celebrate Ram Vijay, the victory of Lord Ram over Ravana. And the voting continues today outside in the tent. If there is a lot of rain, they're going to move into the lobby so you can also vote. Those who have done some service or you have given some donation up to $25 during the year, then you're qualified to vote. Please go outside and Ranjit Prabhu will give you a ballot and you can vote. And today's class will be given by Tamohar Prabhu.
Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Channa Pahalaba Girvaridhari Gopi Channa Pahalaba Girvaridhari Yashoda Nandana Vraja Jana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Vraja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachariya Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Raja Guitar Satir Sadashi Shimon Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai ISKCON founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Anandakota Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai All glories to assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Shri Garanga. Jai Prabhupada, Namo Vishnudaya Krishna Sai Buddhale, Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Tanamane, Namaste Saraswati Devam, Gauravani Pacharne, Nirvishesha Shrunyavari Paschacha Dishitarne. Can everyone hear okay? Is this loud enough? Seems like could use a little more. Okay. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. We're going to read from the Bhagavad Gita today, chapter 2, verse 46. Okay. I'll just read it then. Yavanartha udapane sarvata sampluto deke tavan sarveshu vedeshu brahmanasya vijnanata. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. All purposes served by a small well can at once be served by a great reservoir of water. Similarly, all the purposes of the Vedas can be served by one who knows the purpose behind them. Purport. The rituals and sacrifices mentioned in the Karmakanda division of the Vedic literature are meant to encourage gradual development of self-realization. And the purpose of self-realization is clearly stated in the 15th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, 15:15. The purpose of studying the Vedas is to know Lord Krishna, the primeval cause of everything. So self-realization means understanding Krishna and one's eternal relationship with him. The relationship of the living entities with Krishna is also mentioned in the 15th chapter, 15:7. The living entities are part and parcel of Krishna, and therefore revival of Krishna consciousness by the individual living entity is the highest perfectional stage of Vedic knowledge. This is confirmed in the Srimad Bhagavatam 3:33-7 as follows. Aho bhattasva pacho tagariyan yajigvagre vartate namatubhyam te pus tapaste juhuvu sasnur arya Brahmanutur nama grinanti ete. O my Lord, a person who is chanting your holy name, although born of a low family like that of a Chandala, dog-eater, is situated on the highest platform of self-realization. Such a person must have performed all kinds of penances and sacrifices according to Vedic rituals and studied the Vedic literatures many, many times after taking his bath in all the holy places of pilgrimage. So one must be intelligent enough to understand the purpose of the Vedas without being attached to the rituals only, and must not desire to be elevated to the heavenly kingdoms for a better quality of sense gratification. It is not possible for the common man in this age to follow all the rules and regulations of the Vedic rituals, nor is it possible to study all of the Vedanta and Upanishads thoroughly. It requires much time, energy, knowledge, and resources to execute the purposes of the Vedas. This is hardly possible in this age. The best purpose of Vedic culture is served, however, by chanting the holy name of the Lord, as recommended by Lord Chaitanya, the deliverer of all fallen souls. When Lord Chaitanya was asked by a great Vedic scholar, Prakashananda Saraswati, why he, the Lord, was chanting the holy name of the Lord like a sentimentalist instead of studying Vedanta philosophy, the Lord replied that his spiritual master had found him to be a great fool and thus asked him to chant the holy name of Lord Krishna. Of course, don't misunderstand, Lord Chaitanya was not a great fool. He was simply taking the part of an ordinary person. He did so and became ecstatic like a madman. In this age of Kali, most of the population is foolish and not adequately educated to understand Vedanta philosophy. The best purpose of Vedanta philosophy is served by inoffensively chanting the holy name of the Lord. Vedanta is the last word in Vedic wisdom, and the author and the knower of Vedanta philosophy is Lord Krishna. And the highest Vedantist is the great soul who takes pleasure in chanting the holy name of the Lord. This is the ultimate purpose of all Vedic mysticism. Om Jnana Tivanandisha Gyanajana Salakaya Chakshurmi Samina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Panchakalpatarubhischa Kripasindhavyevacha Patitano Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So, thank you all for being here on this sort of somewhat rainy Sunday afternoon. This is actually a very nice verse and very wonderful purport of Srila Prabhupada, because he discusses the power and the purpose of the holy name of the Lord. There's a nice quote that Srila Prabhupada gives from the Srimad Bhagavatam 3rd Canto in this purport, where he says that where the verse says that one who is born in a low family is situated on the highest platform of chanting Krishna's holy name. So amongst the many benefits and attributes to the holy name that are being glorified here, the first one is that it's readily accessible to everyone. This is one of the great advantages of the Sankirtan Yajna, which is actually the process of self-realization for this age. It is meant for everyone. Everyone can take this up. And we saw this very clearly. This is not just some hyperbole or something that it's stated as a flowery verse that the lowest people can become elevated to this platform of Krishna consciousness simply by chanting, because we have that experience. When Srila Prabhupada came to the Western countries, everybody was involved in the most abominable activities. Most of us were not very interested in spiritual life, or if we were, we didn't really know what it was. The culture that Prabhupada found himself in the Lower East Side of New York and in Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco, was filled with a culture of drugs, illicit sex, and then the whole country was involved in rampant materialism. Everybody was simply interested in sense gratification. They had no understanding of higher spiritual principles of self-realization. But Prabhupada came into this situation, into this very fallen culture, and he gave this Vedanta philosophy. And of course, the essence of it was the holy name. And the result was that so many people in these Western countries, not only in America, but countries throughout the world, became devotees, became Vaishnavas, became followers of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and took to the process of service to the Lord. One reporter asked Srila Prabhupada if he could perform miracles because many holy men would come from India and they would do different tricks. There was one, Sai Baba was popular during that time, and he would do these different little tricks and miracles, and different things would happen. And Prabhupada said, he pointed to his disciples, he says, I have performed the greatest miracle. I have turned these hippies into Vaishnavas, devotees of the Lord. So indeed that was a great miracle that Srila Prabhupada did. He didn't just perform tricks or, have some sort of, popular performance that he would do for his audience, but he actually changed the hearts of people. He changed the minds. He changed our consciousness and brought us to real spiritual life. And of course, this is the purpose of the Guru. This is what the spiritual master does. He brings the bona fide process of spiritual life to his followers. So in any process of self-realization, there needs to be some process of purification. In other words, every spiritual path has a practice. You have to do something. Now, chanting the holy name of the Lord is not very difficult in itself, but still there is some practice that must be there. And of course, that's what Prabhupada is describing in this purport, that there were so many practices of self-realization that may be mentioned in the Vedas, but they may not be appropriate for this age. People simply cannot do the same type of activities that they might have been able to do in former ages. So even the Bhagavad Gita describes the process of karma yoga, jnana yoga, the process of meditation, the process of yoga. All of these things are there, the process of jnana. All of this is there, and these are bona fide paths to self-realization. But they're very difficult in this age of Kali. For instance, how many people can really study deeply this Vedanta philosophy, everything that is there, and through intellectual abilities be able to discern the difference between spirit and matter and come to a conclusion that one is not the body, that one is a spirit soul, and take up a process of devotion. This is very difficult through just a mental or intellectual process. It has to be a process through the heart. So that does not work so well for those of us in this Kali Yuga, in this particular age. We don't have the minds, the memories, the sharpness of intellect for this. Also, one must be very careful that one may be given different processes that may not really be practical. Ashtanga Yoga is actually a bona fide process, the Eightfold Path of Yoga, which was given by Pantajali in the scriptures thousands and thousands of years ago. But nobody can really perform this very difficult eightfold process. So now it's popular. Someone will say, I'm performing Ashtanga Yoga. That means they're sitting quietly and trying to meditate or trying to clear their mind or something. This is like the most beginning rudimentary process and hardly is the real process that's there in the ancient scriptures. So many of these paths people may try, but they really, really will not work and not be practical. In the past, in past ages, thousands of years ago, people could perform great sacrifices. Nobody can do this. Nobody can perform this. We don't have the qualified Brahmins. We don't have the ingredients. I heard sometime a few years ago, I may have mentioned this once, I don't know if anybody heard, this was like probably about 20 years ago, but there was some supposed Swami or something from India, and he was saying how we should perform Agnihotra, which is fire sacrifice, which is similar. But he said, but it is difficult for people to perform Agnihotra. So he was giving people what he called Chota Agnihotra. Chota means little. So you had a little piece of, what are those things that burn? You light them. It's like a little charcoal, and then you put some incense there. So you could do this in your ashtray in your car. You could have your little mini Agnihotra, mini fire sacrifice you could do in your ashtray, or you could do on your counter in your house like that. This may be fun for people, but it's certainly not going to give them self-realization. It's not going to have the result. Most people want a very easy path. We live in an age of instant gratification. Everybody wants things immediately. There's very little tolerance for performing any activity that requires some time. And that is why the Yuga Dharma for this age of Kali that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu brought of Sankirtan Yajna is very easy. It's very simple, the congregational chanting of the holy name, as we just did here in the last few minutes. But there is a process. And it has to be done properly, and the mantra has to be given in the proper way through the proper channel of disciplic succession. So real yoga, or real self-realization, or any path of spiritual life is actually given by a bona fide spiritual master. It's not that one can just invent something. And what is a bona fide spiritual master? It means one who is in a line of disciplic succession. And disciplic succession, or parampara, does not just start up, okay, I'm a guru and I have my own disciplic succession. No, it goes back all the way to Lord Krishna himself. So Srila Prabhupada, of course, is in the Brahma, Madhva, Gaudiya Sampradaya, which is starting from Lord Brahma. Actually, Lord Brahma was instructed by Krishna on the lotus flower at the very beginning of creation. Then, of course, he instructed Narada, Vyas, etc., and then down to about 1,000 years ago, Madhvacharya was again instructed by Vyasadeva in the Himalayas. And then that line came down to our Gaudiya Sampradaya of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the 6 Goswamis, on down through many the spiritual masters handed the same knowledge of spiritual life, of bhakti yoga, to Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati, the spiritual master of our spiritual master, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. And then, of course, Prabhupada has given this same knowledge to his disciples, and since he has departed, those disciples are also continuing the same process of parampara, disciplic succession, and giving that same knowledge on to others. So this is the bona fide process of receiving spiritual knowledge and also receiving the spiritual mantra. I was thinking about this mantra also. There was one group that was, I think they're still around, but they were, I don't want to name names, but they were popular, I remember 30, 40 years ago, and they gave everyone a secret mantra. And one of that member of that group told me later, who left the group, I think he became a Hare Krishna devotee, he said, actually, when we sort of compared notes with one another, we found out we all had the same mantra. We were supposed to have this individual secret mantra, and it was all the same mantra. And actually, it was just one of the bij mantras or seed mantras, like Kling or Ang, you know, one of those very common mantras that are given out a lot by different swamis and gurus. And it doesn't really have a lot of effect in that way. So it's important to receive knowledge from the bona fide spiritual master. In fact, in the Nectar Devotion, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Rupa Goswami's first instructions, he gives 10 primary instructions for spiritual life. And the first 5 of those have to do with the guru, that one should accept the shelter of a bona fide spiritual master, become initiated, obey the orders, follow the footsteps of the great acharyas, and inquire from the spiritual master how to advance in Krishna consciousness. So this is primary. This is the beginning of spiritual life, to take shelter, to listen to the proper authority, not just anybody who has some interesting yoga path or some process that's out there. So one has to really find the proper guide, the proper spiritual master who can give instruction and is bona fide and has come from a line of disciplic succession. So what is the instruction of the spiritual master? Of course, Srila Prabhupada, kind of there's the do's and the don'ts. On the don'ts, he gave us the 4 regular principles, that we have no meat eating, no intoxication, no illicit sex, and no gambling. But that in itself does not give one spiritual life. That just lays a foundation. That gives us a foundation in the mode of goodness so that we can be receptive to real spiritual life. So the main instruction of Srila Prabhupada was the chanting of Hare Krishna. So every initiated devotee vows to chant 16 rounds a day, and of course we also chant at Mangalarti, Guru Puja, at festivals, Sunday, you know, anytime we get together we also chant the holy name. So this is the principal instruction of a bona fide spiritual master, because this is the bona fide path of self-realization in this particular age of Kali. Why is chanting so important? There are 2 effects of chanting. Well, many effects, but we could say 2 kind of basic classification. First, one becomes purified, and one becomes free or clear from all one's past karmic activities and sinful activities. And second, one simultaneously develops one's love for God. So there's the clearing of our past offenses and all of our past sinful activities, and sort of getting rid of all of that baggage that we come into this material world from lifetime after lifetime, that becomes clarified, our hearts become free and clear, and secondly, then we are receptive and open to understanding our loving relationship with Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And that relationship with Krishna develops as we chant, because Krishna and his name are non-different. Because when Prabhupada once said that when you're chanting, Krishna is dancing on our tongue, kind of a figurative way of seeing how when we're chanting the holy name, it is Krishna, because Krishna is God. Krishna is absolute, and therefore everything about him is absolute. Everything about Krishna is spiritual. There's nothing material or mundane about Krishna. So Krishna's form, Krishna's name, Krishna's pastimes, everything is spiritual. So, we see distinction in this material world. The name and the thing is different, right? I mean, in other words, we give names for things. I give a name for we call it a drum, but in another language you could call it something else, right? You could call it anything. So the name of the thing and thing, they're separated. Well, we talk about signs and symbols and linguistics. In other words, it's simply a symbol system or a sign system for something else. And in spiritual life, there's identity between the name and the thing itself. There's no difference. So when we're saying Krishna, Krishna is there. Krishna is present in that holy name. The power of this chanting holy name is described in many places in Srimad Bhagavatam, and one of the very, very nice stories is in the 6th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, the story of Ajamil. And this gives us an idea of the real power of the holy name. In the beginning of the 6th canto, of course, Maharaj Pariksit is hearing from Shukadeva Goswami. But he has this question. Maharaj Pariksit says that if one commits sinful activity, there are many different processes of atonement for that, but they don't seem to work. There's a problem with this prayaschitta, or atonement. And that is the desire for sinful activity will remain. And so we see this sometimes, like in some religions, there's a process like confessional. So you commit sinful activities during the week, you go on Sunday or whenever you go, Saturday I think, often, isn't it? I wasn't raised in that tradition. Saturday is, okay, you go on Saturday, you confess so that you're purified for the Sunday service, then you go back through the week and you perform all your different sinful activities. Then you go back and you confess those, and this process goes on and on and on. Well, why does it? Why is it that one can sin and confess? Because the heart doesn't change. There's no real process of purification. And this is described that when the Vishnudutas spoke to the Yamadutas, they said in 6.2.17, although one may neutralize the reactions of sinful life through austerity, charity, vows, and other such methods, these pious activities cannot uproot the material desire that's in the heart. However, if one serves the lotus feet of the personality of Godhead, he's immediately free from all such contaminations. So the problem is, or the process is, to purify the heart. In other words, if there's not a change of consciousness, simply a change of behavior will not remain. It will not become fixed. So anyway, very briefly, most of you know the story of Ajamil. He was a Brahmin. He was very devout, worshiper of God, of Vishnu. As a young man, he happened to see a young couple having sexual activities. He became sexually aroused anyway, and he wanted to be with that woman, who was not a very high-class woman apparently. And anyway, he ends up with her, marries her, has a family, which would be okay in itself, except he gave up his religious life. To support his family, to support the wife, he actually turned to criminal activities and sinful activities. And he gave up all of his Brahminical and religious life completely forgetting everything as a young man that he practiced. So here he was, a very, very fallen condition, giving up all spiritual life, but he had one great advantage. He had a son from this woman, and he named that son Narayan. Narayan is the name of God. And when he got old, and he was dying. He was very attached to the son, very much loved the son, almost inseparable from him. And at the time of death, when he was at the very end of life, his thoughts went to his son, who he loved so much and just wanted to be with. And so he called out the name of his son, Narayan. Now, of course, Narayan is the name of God. And as we've said, God and his name is non-different. So when he passed away, the Yamadutas came, the messengers of death, to take his soul away, and to take the soul, and to, obviously, he was due to a certain amount of punishment for all the sinful activities. But the messengers of God, of Vishnu, came and stopped them and said, no, you can't take him. This man is a devotee. He's under our charge because he called out the name of God. And they were very bewildered. They said, what are you talking about? Yeah, how does that work? How can he perform all these sinful activities? We should be dragging him off to hell. How can you stop us? And it was explained that because he had chanted the name of Narayan, the name of God, even though he did not mean it in that way, it had such powerful effect that it saved him from all of the hellish punishment. Of course, the story goes on. He's actually given, kind of sort of comes back to life, and he has an opportunity then to change his life, perform devotional service, and eventually become liberated and go back to Vaikuntha. But the point is, the holy name is very, very powerful. And this shows some of the effect of it and how one becomes purified by that process. This is also described in the Bhagavatam 1.2.17. Shrunvata svakata Krishna punya shravana kirtanam hridyantosto yabhadrani vishnanoti suhrit satam. Sri Krishna, the personality of Godhead, who's the Paramatma super soul in everyone's heart, and the benefactor of the truthful devotee, cleanses the desire for material enjoyment from the heart of the devotee who has developed the urge to hear his message, which in themselves are virtuous when properly heard and chanted. Again, we hear this message of the cleansing process, the purifying process of chanting the holy name in devotional service. So this happens even in the beginning. Even in the beginning stages of chanting has this great power. It's described in the Bhagavatam 6.2.7. Ajamil had already atoned for all of his sinful actions. Indeed, he had atoned not only for sins performed in one life, but for those performed in millions of life. For in a helpless condition, he chanted the holy name of Narayan. Even though he did not chant purely, he chanted without offense, and therefore he is now pure and eligible for liberation. So this is very interesting. It said he chanted without offense. We know there are 10 offenses against the holy name. We won't go into those now. But if one has material motive when one chants, it's considered offensive. In other words, if I'm chanting, I hope to get something from it materially, or I think, well, I can do any sinful activity, and I'll just chant Hare Krishna, and it's okay. These are considered to be, this is not the right consciousness. These are offenses against the holy name. So we don't want to approach Krishna in those ways for some selfish or motivation in that way. So it's described that there are 3 stages of chanting. There's the Namaparad stage, the Nambasa, and the Sudanam. Very briefly, Namaparad means that we're simply still committing these offenses. It's not very pure, it's very elementary. Nambasa is the middle stage, called the clearing stage, and Sudanam is the pure stage. So even in this Nambasa or Abhasa Rupa stage, there's great benefit. We could say that many of us are at that stage where we're trying to become pure. We're not purified yet. We're not at the pure stage. We're in an intermediate process. We're in the process of Krishna consciousness, in the process of self-realization, taking it up with some sincerity. So that stage in itself, that beginning stage when one is sincerely trying to chant Hare Krishna, even if there's some fault, even if one is not completely purified, has the greatest benefit. In fact, Haridas Thakur, who's considered to be Namacharya, he is the exemplar of the chanting of the holy name, who chanted constantly day and night, his great associate of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He was describing this process of even how one, even in the Nambasa stage, can become purified. And he said, "Thus worship the Lord, whose name is like the sun. For just as a slight appearance of the sun dissipates the darkness of night, so a slight appearance of the holy name can drive away all the darkness of ignorance that arises in the heart due to greatly sinful activities performed in previous lives. Even a faint light from the holy name of the Lord can eradicate all reactions of sinful life." So this is a very wonderful statement of how the power of the holy name can purify the heart of the living entity, in the same way that the sun, when the sun rises, all of the darkness is dissipated. So Prabhupada explains this a little bit in his purport in the 6th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Prabhupada said, even in the stage of Abhasa Rupa Bhakti, or Namba stage, all the reactions of sinful life are uprooted and vanquished. Srila Jiva Goswami expresses the opinion that even if one has a desire to commit sinful actions, the roots of that desire are vanquished merely by Abhasa Rupa Bhakti. The example of Bhaskar, the sun, is most appropriate. The Abhas feature of Bhakti is compared to twilight, and the accumulations of one's sinful activity is like the fog. Since fog does not spread throughout the sky, the sun need do no more than merely manifest its first rays, and the fog immediately disappears. Similarly, if one has even a slight relationship with devotional service, all the fog of his sinful life is immediately vanquished. So this is a nice metaphor of we all find ourselves in this fog of material life, right? We all are covered by the material modes of nature, and we have very little understanding, and we can't see through that fog, through that darkness. But it's described that the holy name of the Lord is like the sun. And just like the sun, as soon as it comes up, you see it's very foggy, and then the sun, it's dawn. And a lot of times we have this this time of year, especially when we have these rains. And as soon as the sun really comes up, all the fog dissipates. So in the same way, the sun is like Krishna. So when Krishna and Krishna's holy name appear, and they appear in our heart, and they appear on our tongue, then all of this sort of fog of darkness, of material life, of confusion, of misunderstanding, of material desire, all dissipates simply by the rising of the sun of the holy name. So even in the beginning stages of devotional service, this chanting can bring the greatest benefit. And this is described here, it's described in the story of Ajamil, how that can happen, and also in this purport that Srila Prabhupada was talking about the great value of chanting the holy name, and how one who is intelligent understands that this is really the practice that can bring one to the point of understanding and liberation from this material world. And all of these other practices and processes are really not needed. To read the verse again, all purposes served by a small well can at once be served by the great reservoir of water. Similarly, all the purposes of the Vedas can be served to one who knows the purpose behind them. So in other words, what is the purpose of the Vedas? The purpose of the Vedas is to know God, to know Krishna, to know our relationship with Krishna. When we talk about self-realization, it doesn't just mean the self in isolation. It means the self in relationship with God. So that's the purposes of the Vedas. So there may be so many other things that are there, but one who understands that is able to immediately come to the highest stage and does not become distracted, by so many other processes or so many other things that may be there, even within the Vedas. The Vedas talk about everything. They have, knowledge of every aspect of life, every possible process of spiritual life is there in the Vedas. But our idea is that we can cut through those things. And by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, and by having that spiritual understanding, and by the mercy of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who came and brought the chanting of the holy name, we immediately step over all of these processes, all this confusion, trying to figure out spiritual life, trying to figure out these different processes of self-realization, of yoga, of meditation, all of these things, and come directly to the process of Sankirtan Yajna, or the congregational chanting of the holy name. So a very easy process, but very profound. it's very deep, but at the same time it's very simple. So of course, we all encourage everyone to chant Hare Krishna, and as one begins this process, like we're saying, that there's this immediately cessation of all the reactions to past sinful activities. That's there right in the beginning of devotional life. But then one goes a little deeper. Then one wants to become more and more involved. You know, how can I actually improve my chanting? And then one tries to consciously avoid the 10 offenses. One wants to consciously fix one's mind more and more upon Krishna. And so that one develops greater and greater understanding of how Krishna and his name are non-different. And when one is completely self-realized, then one's chanting becomes pure. And one is able to fully understand Krishna and Krishna's name, and dedicate one's life completely 100% to his service. But it is often a gradual process. We don't expect people to be there immediately. We simply take up this chanting, take up the process of taking prasadam, associating with devotees, come and see the beautiful deities, and the process of purification begins. So I think I'll stop there at this point. Thank you all very much. Are there any questions from anybody? Any other thoughts, questions, comments? Yes, Bruce? Go ahead.
When will be the moment that one can reach, when is the moment that one can consider he's achieved full self-realization, like you mentioned?
What is the moment when one can achieve what?
When is the moment when one can say that self-realization fully has been achieved?
Oh, when one actually becomes self-realized.
Yes.
The moment when one is self-realized is when one 100% surrenders one's life to Krishna. In other words, there's no self-motivation at that point. There's no material motivation. One's heart is pure and all of one's activities, all one's words, all one's thoughts are simply for Krishna. That's complete self-realization. Okay? Yeah, go. What happens if you can't chant the holy name physically? You mean, if you're unable to chant. Well, then, Prabhupada once said that at the time of death, if one is unable to, not only to chant the holy name, Prabhupada said even if one is able to think of Krishna, he said Krishna will force himself into your mind. So that's the assurance. There's no tricks. I mean, if someone is serving Krishna throughout their life, and at the time of death they're unconscious, or they're just so overcome by everything that's happening with the body at that time, Krishna will look out for us. Krishna will take that conditioned soul to him. There's no doubt about that, because the thing is, the level of the spirit soul is really beyond the body, beyond the senses, beyond our hearing and speaking, and even beyond our mind and intelligence. So Krishna and Krishna consciousness works on the spiritual level, and that level will still be able to somehow or another contact Krishna, even if it's great difficulty at the time of death. We might not be able to call out like Ajamil did, Krishna or Narayan, but Krishna knows our heart, and he'll be there. Thank you. Anything else? Any other questions or comments? Yes, sir.
It's difficult for me to understand. You have a personality like a John Mill who's spending so many years doing so many terrible activities. And just by chance chanting Krishna's name at the time of death, it's like John with an addiction. But then you compare that with somebody who's living like a very pious life, throughout their entire lives.
Mm-hmm.
Still, they're destined to take birth.
Yeah, well, of course, the story of Ajamil is given for emphasis. In other words, it's a dramatic story. It's kind of, and often the scriptures do that. Krishna makes very sort of dramatic stories to bring home a point. Just like Arjuna is given the greatest spiritual knowledge of Bhagavad Gita. We're on a battlefield. We're thinking, how can this, how does this compute? He's on a battlefield fighting, and he's given the spiritual knowledge. In the same way, we have the example of Narayan, who would seem to be very unfit, very unqualified. But because he chanted, and it's also described because he chanted in a helpless condition. In other words, there was no offense. He wasn't trying to get anything or gain anything. He just in a helpless way called out the name of Narayan. Now, the other thing is, one kind of subtlety about the story is he didn't just go back to Vaikuntha at that point. He actually, his life was restored, and then he took up devotional practice. For, I don't know for how long, a couple more years, or whatever it was that he lived. And so he actually did then perform devotional service and lead a very pious life at the end, and then he went back to Vaikuntha. No. But the idea is there that the power of the holy name and how it can purify one of all one's sinful reactions. Now, that's not just for a Jamil, that's for everybody. If one chants the holy name, it's destroying the sinful reactions. The problem is, most people, we begin immediately after that and perform so many material things or material activities or thoughts are there. So it's a process. It takes some time. Yeah, it's a good question. Thank you. Yeah. Anyone else?
Is it possible to realize self-realization while you are still living in a material world, still doing your material duty?
Well, that's a wonderful question. Thank you. He asked, if we're living in the material world, doing our normal duties, our work, our jobs, taking care of our families, is it possible to take up spiritual life and become self-realized? Absolutely, yes. That is the great mercy of Lord Chaitanya, Srila Prabhupada, and our acharyas, that we have a process that one can execute in any position. You don't have to be sannyas, you don't have to be renounced, give up everything. Many of us are obviously householders, we have families, we have many of us have jobs, and but we simply try to bring Krishna into everything. It's a process that's described by Rupa Goswami in the Nectar of Devotion, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, called Yukta Vairagya. That means we utilize everything in God's service. So if we can't give up everything, we use everything to serve God. So if we have a family, we try to teach our children about God and make them Krishna conscious, God conscious. If we're working a job, we do what we can to help those around us be Krishna conscious, and maybe we give some money to the temple or so that that's very purifying too. In other words, we use the fruits of our work to serve Krishna. So there's many ways that a person in this material world can still serve Krishna. And the important thing is everybody can take up chanting and hearing and reading Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita. So there's, and this is something we could talk about more later, but there's many ways in one's own home that one can just take a little time to set aside to read these scriptures together with one's family. I was at a program in Jacksonville last night, and it was very nice, and I was giving class there, and everybody there was family people, and they had all their children there, and all of these children, there was these 4 young girls primarily. They were sitting over on one side, about 8, I don't know how old they are, 8 to 12, somewhere 9 to 12, somewhere there, and they were asking question after question, all about Krishna and the spiritual world, and they had so much understanding about spiritual life, these young children, and they were inquiring, and some of them were chanting on their beads a little bit, or they were chanting, and one of the young girls was leading the kirtan. So even a young child can take up Krishna consciousness, can start, because the process of chanting is so easy and available to everybody. So yes, the answer is yes. In any stage of life, one can become perfected. So thank you for that. Okay, anything else? Should probably end here. Okay, Jai, thank you very much. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Kabi habe bolo Sri Nama. Rinadi kahina kabeni demani sahihnuta guna hridayeti ani sakale manada apani amani hoiya swadhibo namarasasa kabi habe bolo Nama Kabi habe bolo Sri Nama Dhana janara Kavita sundari boli bona chahi Deho sukhakari Jame jame dao Ohe gorahari Ahai tukhi bhakti Charane tomar Kabi habe bolo Sri Nama Kabi habe bolo Sri Nama Korite Shri Krishna Nama Ucharana Pulakita Deho Gadgada Bachana Barbanya Bepatu Ave Sangathana Nirantara Nitri Vadya Shrudha Kabi habe bolo Sri Nama Kabi habe bolo Sri Nama Kabe Navadvipe Suradhunitate Gora Nityananda Bole Nishkapate Natya Gaiya Virai Bochute Batulera Praya Jariadicha Kabe habe bolo Sri Nama Kabi habe bolo Sri Nama Kabe Nityananda More koridoya charaibo mora Vishaira Maya Di amore nija Charanera chaya na mera hati di divyadhika Kabi habe bolo Sri Nama Kabi habe bolo Sri Nama Kini bolu jibo Hari namarasa namarasi mati Charana parasa Koriyamo jibo Rasera rasika Charana parasa Koriyamo jibo Rasyani ba Kabi habe bolo Sri Nama Kabi habe bolo Sri Nama Habe jive doya, hoibe udoya, nija sukha bhuli, sudina hridoya. Bhakti vinoda, Koriya vinoya, Shri Agyata hala, Koribi prachar. Kavi habe bolusi inama. Kavi habe bolusi inama. Aparada Guti, Sudana Maruti, Raboli Habi, Hridoya Shankar. Aparada Guti, Sudana Maruti, Kripa Boli Habi, Hridoya Shankar. Kabi Habi Golusi Dinama. Kabi habe bolusi dinama. Trinadi kahina, kabe nije mani, sahisnuta guna, hridoyeti ani. Sakale manada, apani amani, hoiya swadibo namarasasa. Kabi habe bolusi ninama. Kabi habe bolusi ninama. By Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. So this is a song by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur from Sharanagati, Kabi Habi Bolo. Please tell me, when will that day be mine, when my offenses will end and a taste for the pure holy name will be infused within my heart by the power of divine grace? Considering myself lower than a blade of grass, bringing the quality of forbearance into my heart, showing respect to all, myself being freed from all false pride, when will I taste the essence of the liquid nectar of the holy name? Wealth, following beautiful women as described in worldly poetry, I do not want any such bodily pleasures. O Lord Hare, please give me unmotivated devotion to your lotus feet, birth after birth. When, while articulating the divine name of Sri Krishna, will my body be thrilled in ecstatic rapture and my words be choked with emotion? When will pallor and ecstatic trembling occur? And when will streams of tears flow constantly from my eyes? When in the land of Navadvipa, on the banks of the Ganges, will I run about guilelessly, calling, O Gaura, O Nityananda, dancing and singing like a madman, giving up all considerations? Yes. When will Lord Nityananda be merciful to me and release me from the illusion of worldliness, giving me the shade of his lotus feet? When will he allow me to enter the marketplace of the holy name? I shall buy and plunder the mallows of the name of Hare, and becoming thoroughly intoxicated by those liquid mallows of the holy name, I shall become stunned. By touching the feet of those great souls who are able to relish those mallows, I will be constantly immersed in the sweet nectar of the holy name. When will there be an awakening of compassion from all fallen souls? And when will this Bhakti Vinoda, forgetting his own happiness,
with a meek heart, set out to propagate by humble entreaty the sacred order of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So many nice songs. These are Bhakti Lolo Thakur. Yeah. Let's see. This is songs of the great Vaishnavacharyas. Okay, this one. Gopinath Mama Nivedana Shuno Gopinath Mama Nivedana Shuno Visai Durjana Sada Kamarata Kitunahi Moraguna Gopina Two. Gopina, slower. Amara barasa tumi, tomara charane, loinu sharana, tomara kinkoro ami. Gopina Ke mone sodi bemore Na jane bhakate Kame jadamate Puriti sansara ghori Gopina Sakali tumara maya Nahi mama baba Jana sunimala Swadhina nahi kaya Gopina Niyata charanistana Mage pamara Kandiya kandiya Kuruhi karunadana Gopina Tumito sakali paro Durjane tarite
तुम्हारा सकाते के आते पापिरारो गोपीनाथ गोपीनाथ तुम्हें कृपा पारबारा जीवेरा कारणे आसिया प्रपंचे लीला कोइलो सुविस्तारा गोपीनाथ गोपीनाथ आमी की दोषी दोषी asura sakala pailo charana vinodata kilo bhoshi gopina gopina Mama nivedana sunu Bisai dojana Sada kamarata Kichu nahi mora guna Gopina Amara barasa tumi Tomara charane Loinu sarana Tomara kinkoro ami Gopina Che mone sudive more na jani bhakate karme jada mate poreti samsara ghore gopina Me too. Because I have my body to it. And it's going to be like, lacking finger. Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Bhasvatadesha Tarine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine Namaste Shiva Jayo Jaya Gaura Chande Ranuti Koshova Hima Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Ranuti Koshova Shiva Jayo Jayo Gaura Chande Ranuti Koshova Jayo Jayo Gaura Chande Aruti Koshova Jana Vitata Bani Jagamana Lubha Jana Vitata Bani Jagamana Jaga Jana Mana Loba Jaga Jana Mana Loba Gaurangira Rute Shobha Jaga Jana Mana Loba Gaurangira Gaurangera Rute Shobha Jagajanna Manalubha Jagadana Manaluva Jagadana Manaluva Haribo 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 Nitai Gora Haribo Nitai Gora Haribo 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 Gora Haribo Nitai Gora Haribo 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 Kibadakini Taishan Bami Gadadhara Dake Dada Nikati Andritashini Bata Chatradhara Nikadeya Nikadeya Advaita Srini Bata Chatradhara Nikadeya Bhakti ache Gaurachan Ratna Singh Bhattani Bhakti ache Anuti Kurim Brahma Adi Deva Gane Anuti Arati Korin Brahma Adi Deva Gane Nara Hari Adi Kore Kamara Dhulaya Nara Hari Adi Kore Kamara Dhulaya Kibanara Hari Adi Kore Kamara Dhulaya Hare Adi Kore Kamara Dhulaya Asanyaya Mukunda Badu Bhutadi Gaya Sanjaya Mukunda Batu Gotadi Gaya Shiva Shankar Bade Ganta Bade Bade Karatala Shankar Bade Ganta Bade Bade Karatala Shankar Bade Ganta Bade Karatala Amadura Mridanga Bade Parama Yasala Galande Sevana Mala Kori Jalamala Galande Galande Sevana Mala Kori Jalamala Shiva Sukana Radha Primi Gada Gada Shiva Sukana Radha Primi Gada Gada Shiva Narada Primi Gada Gada Sukha Narada Primi Gada Gada Baka Devi Nudadiki Gaurara Sampada Bhakati Vinodadiki Gaurara Sampada Radhiki Kipa Jayo Jaya Gaura Chande Aruti Kusuva Jayo Jaya Gaura Chande Aruti Kusuva Ajana Vitatavani Jagamanna Lobhaja Bolo Jaga Janamana Loba Jaga Janamana Loba Urangira Roti Shobha Jaga Janamana Loba Gaurange Aroti Shobha Jagajana Manalobha Gaurange Aroti Shobha Shanka Baje Ganta Baje Madhur 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 Baje Shanka Baje Hey Madhur 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 Baje Oh Madhur 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 Baje Gaurangera Roti Shobha Jagajana Manalobha Gaurangera Roti Shobha Jagajana Manalobha Oh Jagajana Manalobha Oh Jagajana Manalobha Jagajana Manalobha Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora, Haribo. Nitai Gora, Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora, Haribo. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Haribo, everybody. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, everybody, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. A little louder. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai 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 Gauranga, Nitai 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 Gauranga. Jaya Sati Nandana, 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 Gaura Hare, Jaya Sati Nandana, Gaura Hare. Gora, Gora, Gora Hare, Gora, 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 Gora Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga, louder. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Kartos. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Louder, Haribol. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Jaya Sati Nandana, 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 Gaura Hari, Gaura Hari, Gaura Gaura Hare. Hey Gaura Hare, Jaya Gaura Hare. Hey Gaura Hare, Jaya Gaura Hare. Oh Nitai Gauranga Jaya Gaura Hare. Nitai Gauranga Jaya Gaura Hare. Lord. Nitai, Nitai, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai, Nitai, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai, 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 Nitai Gauranga. Nitai, 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 Nitai Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya, Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya, Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, loud. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya, Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya, Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya, Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Haraya Namah Krishna Yadavaya Namaha. Hari Haraya Namah Krishna Yadavaya Namaha. Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha. Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha. Gopal Govindaram Sri Madhusudana. Giridhari Gopinatha Madana Mohana. Sri Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita. Sri Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita. Hare Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita. Hare Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita. Chirup Sanatana Bhatta Raghunath. Chirup Sanatana Bhatta Raghunath. Jiva Gopala Bhatta Das Raghunath. আর এই ছয়ে গোসাই করি চরণ বন্ধন। কোন যাহা হইতে বিঘ্ন নাশ অভীষ্ট পুরন। হরি খারায় নম কৃষ্ণ যাদবায় নম। হরি খারায় নম কৃষ্ণ যাদবায় নম। Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jayo Radha, Shama Sundar Radha, Shama Sundar Radhe. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Anitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol. Gaura Premanande, Srila Prabhupada ki, Shri Radha Shamasunda ki, Shri Krishna Balaram ke, Nitai Gaura Premanande, Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ke. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga Hari Hari. Fixing the other one, it's going to be fixed tomorrow. Namaste Narasingaya. Namaste Narasingaya. Pralada Lada Daine. Pralada Lada Daine. Hiranyakashi Purvakshahai. Hiranyakashi Purvakshahai. Shilatankana Kalaye. Shilatankana Kalaye. Ito Nishingha Pada To Nishingha. Ito Nishingha Pada To Nishingha. Ito Nishingha Para To Nishingha. Ito Nishingha Para To Nishingha. Parito Nishringha, Parato Nishringha, Yato Yato Yamitato Nishringha. Yato Yato Yamitato Nishringha. Bahe Nishringha Ridhaye Nishringha. Bahe Nishringha Ridhaye Nishringha. Narashringha Madim Sharanam Prapade. Narashringha Madim Sharanam Prapade. Tavakara Kamalavare Nakam Adbhuta Shringham Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanuvringa Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Tavakaram Jaya Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Keshavadrita Jaya Nishringhade, 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 Jaya Nishringhade. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Oh, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Agora Haribol, 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 Haribol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Radhe Govinda, Jaya Radhe Govinda. Radhe Govinda, Jaya Radhe Govinda. Radhe Govinda Jaya, 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 Radhe Govinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Rama. Shri Shri Radha Syama Sundar ki, Shri Krishna Balarama ki, Shri Gaurnitai ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Nitai Gaur Premanande, Hari Bol. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna.
Your number will begin with 904? Your number will begin with 904? 714. How you go? Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Shri Radhe Shyam, Shri Krishna Balaram, Shri Gaurika, Shri Prabhupada ki Jai. Jai. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Vasatyadi Shikarine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Vasatyadi Shitarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Prof. ¿Cómo te llamas tú? I have one. Thank you. Prabhu, hay un poco donde necesitar la sierra. Está afuera, no lo que tiene la para que no te desperdicies. Es harto. No puedo tomar de tanto. Prabhu Keshava, maybe you can spray something on the food and it's hard to do. Está toda la comida casi cerrada. Está eso, pero duro. Yo creo que un día a mí me ha dado miedo cerrarla hoy porque me da miedo.
JR's the next name on the bottom. He said, "No, no,